Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Feels good. Hey, Senator Lopes over here, banging the nameplate. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I am Representative John Michael Parker, House Co-Chair of the Environment Committee. Happy to call this meeting to order. Welcome. Good to see everybody on this lovely Friday. We're going to get started here at, I'm so sorry, 10:03 a.m. Losing our credibility on Friday, February 28th. Number two, here we are usually done it out. Remarks from the chair, Senator Lopes.
No, thanks. I'm good.
Representative Callahan. Thank you, Representative. We're going to keep moving along to item 3 on our agenda. We have some bills to review. First up is HB 6915, an act concerning the use of second generation anticoagulant rodenticides. I'll entertain a motion to JFS this bill to the floor. So moved by Representative Gresco. Do I have a second? Second from Representative Chafee. Is there any discussion on this bill? Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have, the clerk has an amendment, and I'd like to please ask the clerk to distribute the amendment and allow me to summarize, please.
I hear a call for an amendment. Is there a second? So the call from Rep. Callahan, the second by Rep. Reddington Hughes. Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. And it's a simple, it's a one-liner. In line 37, strike the word or, and in line 50, before the period, insert the following, any licensed pet control professional. And the purpose of the bill is to allow, and I understand we want to take the rodenticides out of the hands of homeowners who throw the stuff around like chicken feed, but we don't want, we want to let the professionals let them be allowed to protect the buildings and protect the customers. So, and that is currently not in the S language, and I would like that put back in.
Thanks, Representative. I'll go ahead and share. I appreciate your intent and the engagement on this bill this year and in years in the past. We want to try to move forward with keeping our environment and our community safe. And so can hear where you're coming from. At this point, this bill has had a lot of work on it and some work done for this S language for today out of respect of that process and to keep this moving forward. I will encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. But please know, Rep. Callahan, that we want to continue engaging in this conversation as this goes forward, hopefully out of this committee and before it gets to the floor, so we can try to continue to figure out something that's going to work for everybody. Is there further comment on the amendment?
Would you roll call it for me, please?
We will roll call, absolutely, when we call the vote on it. Understood, Pat, thanks. Other discussion on the amendment? I saw Rep. Gresco, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just point out that we've been working on this for several years, and last year when this bill in similar form with similar language came up to vote in this committee, it was practically unanimous. So I don't know what has changed between last year and this year, but I would encourage everyone to vote down the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative, please. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. We kind of walk a tight line with this. We have a lot of constituents in our district that want to see this ban, and but there's a real problem, especially in our cities. I mean, so if you just go downstairs at some time of night in the parking garage, you'll see the problems we have in this city, and it does occur. We've got to allow those that are authorized to do it, those that have passed tests to apply this stuff, those that have studied up on it, to prudently use it. It makes it just makes sense, and that way we could tread the line of just a limited use of this and not an entire ban. So I think that's what this amendment tends to do. I would just ask my colleagues, let's get it out of committee like that. If you want to talk about it further, then we can further in the process. But let's please consider just this amendment. It's not a big ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further comments? Okay, let's go back to Rep. Callahan. One more comment, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I have great respect for Representative Gresco, and he's a good friend. I think the difference between the last year and this year is when we voted it out of committee last year, and on the House floor, there was an agreement to continue to work on this to allow some professional installations, so to allow the conversation to continue. And that's all I'm doing here with the amendment. And I know generally Republican amendments don't get very far, but I think this is a sensible amendment, and hopefully I can get some support. Thank you.
Thanks, Rep. Callahan. I know we have a hand online. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the substances that we are discussing are essentially the newest on the market. And to ban the use, especially the use by licensed professionals who are trained in the use of this stuff, essentially means that the people who were using it previously are going to go back to the old stuff. And the newer chemicals are typically safer. They are more effective, so less material is used. And I would just say that we should allow the professionals and our professionals, the DEEP and other governmental entities, to determine what substances our professional applicators can use, and that we shouldn't be making those decisions because, frankly, I don't know anything about these chemicals, and I don't think anybody else on the committee does either. So we should be very careful about getting involved in the minutia of the science, and we should let the professionals handle this stuff. So I would I do support this amendment, and I say just, be careful what you ask for because you might get it. We're encouraging the people who need this stuff to go back to the older chemicals, which are less effective, requiring more of it. And I don't think that's the way to follow the science. So I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Representative. Are there further comments on the amendment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll? Oh, Rep. Mashinsky. Is Rep. Mashinsky online with a comment?
Yes, I am here, and
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
I'm not an expert in the chemical either, but I do know that you can reverse the effects of the older chemical with vitamin K and save the birds of prey that keep being brought to the wildlife restoration people. And the newer concoction does not respond. The birds do not respond to treatment. So that is the reason to go back to the previous formula and not use the current formula, which is a death sentence for birds of prey who eat rodents who have consumed the second generation rodenticide. So I'm urging a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
And thank you for your comments, Representative. Are there further comments online?
Yes.
Representative Dillon, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to prolong the discussion, but since I do represent an urban district and I was confused about some of the earlier comments, there's a river not very far from my house and two very large parks that used to be full of birds. We feel fairly strongly about this bill. I believe that it's meant well, but that there may be other ways to do it, but you'll probably dislike that more. For the time being, this morning, I very strongly oppose this amendment.
Thank you for your comments, Representative. Taking one last look at the computer. Seeing no further comments, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote for Amendment LCO number 5644. Senator Lopes,
No.
Representative Parker,
No.
Senator Hockendahl, Representative Baumgardner,
No.
Senator Harding, Representative Callahan.
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Representative Arzano,
No.
Representative Chafee, Senator Cohen, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon,
Dylan votes no.
Representative Doucette, Representative Dubisky,
Yes.
Representative Gresco, Representative Gucker, Representative Horn,
Horn votes no.
Representative Jacobson, Representative Jensen,
Jensen votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes no.
Representative Leeper,
No.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes no.
Representative Mushinski,
Mushinski votes no.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Paletta, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Reddington Hughes votes yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes no.
Representative Shannon,
Shannon votes no.
Representative Stewart,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes no.
Representative Sweet,
Sweet votes no.
and Representative Beach. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Hi, are we still voting on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, Rep. Doucette votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you, Rep. Doucette. Madam Clerk, can you please announce the total?
And then he wants to do random after that, and we're hoping he wants to stay in academics. He's MD PhD. So I'm hoping he'd be able to get something at Yale. He's still in training. I will.
Representative Gucker, I think you're off mute. Would you put yourself on mute? I'm sorry you missed this one, but appreciate you.
Sorry.
We've got some more votes.
Representative, I'm in two meetings. Sorry about that, sir. Representative Gucker votes no.
Thanks, Rep. Gucker.
The total will be 8 yes, 21 nay, and 6 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The amendment fails. Thank you, Rep. Callahan, for the conversation and Rep. Kresko for the work on this, and we're going to keep this one moving forward. And appreciate everyone's engagement on it. We're back to the underlying bill. Is there further comment? One for the, yes, please, Rep. Callahan.
Just so I know, we have two bills kicking around with this language in it. So hopefully at some point, I know Senator Lopes and I have chatted, we can reconcile the language so one's not conflicting with the other. Just hopefully that works. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Are there final comments, I think, online? Who have we got? Representative O'Day, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just want to say, I'm going to vote for it out of committee. And knowing the good chairs, I'm confident that we're going to get more conversation on this to tweak it before it cuts to the floor of the House or the Senate. And I appreciate the opportunity to work with you on it as it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. O'Day. We appreciate that. Are there further comments on the bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is the roll call vote for number 6915. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Parker,
Yes.
Senator Hockendahl, Representative Baumgardner,
Yes.
Senator Harding, Representative Callahan,
I'm going to vote no today, but just to flag it, because there's some, I still have some concerns with the bill, and we could continue the conversation. So no vote.
Representative Anderson,
No to flag.
Representative Arzano,
Zeno votes yes.
Representative Chafee, Senator Cohen, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Sorry, ma'am. Dylan votes yes.
Representative Doucette,
Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubisky,
No.
Representative Gresco, Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Representative Jacobson, Representative Jensen,
Rep. Jensen votes no.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Mushinski,
Mushinski votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
O'Day votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Paletta, Representative
No thanks.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Shannon,
Shannon votes yes.
Representative Stewart,
Stewart votes no.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Sweet,
Sweet votes yes.
and Representative Beach.
Rep. Beach votes no.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, let's hold the votes open until 2 p.m. today. Colleagues, we'll hold these votes until 2 p.m. I'll say that again later. All right, thank you so much. I think we're ready for the next item on our agenda. Folks, we're going to skip over number 2, HB 6916. We're skipping that for today. So we'll move next to item 3 on our agenda, which is HB 6917, an act concerning the management of solid waste in the state. I will entertain a motion to JFS to appropriations, please. JFS to appropriations. So moved by Rep. Baumgartner, seconded by Senator Lopes. Do I have any discussion or questions on this bill? Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And obviously, we have a huge solid waste problem in Connecticut, and there's solutions that need to be made. And the good work of people like Jen Heaton-Jones, we're continuing to work on it. But last year, I believe we asked for DEEP to do a study, and we have not seen the results of that study yet. So while I agree we have a lot of work to do on solid waste, I will be a no vote today just to flag it so we can figure out what further work needs to be done. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. I'll respond to that in a minute. I appreciate it, but let's keep. Do you mind if I just hit that one thing real quick, Rep. Piscopo? Thank you. Yeah, just to say, so we added some language, and to be clear for everybody, we are this is LCO 5575, which is the substitute language for this. In Section 5 of this, we've moved out the timeline for the needs assessment so that we can make sure that that solid waste stream assessment is complete, the process that's already in place. So we know that the agency is working on that. We're going to get some good partners to do that. And so once we have that information, we've moved this out another year so we can really align with that planning timeline. So point taken, and definitely want to make sure we take the time needed to build on what we've already put in policy. Please, Rokellan.
Just to respond, you know, in my defense and the defense of a lot of members of the committee, sometimes this last language comes out very late, and you read through the most of it, and you miss things. So no, I appreciate you bringing it up.
Understood, Rep. Callahan. Thank you, and thanks for working with us. Please, Rep. Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just for clarification, I'm looking at raised bill 6917 LCO 4396 that I got this morning.
We're looking at the substitute language is LCO 5575. Pat, do you have a copy of that?
Oh. I don't think I can read the difference. I don't think I can read it that quick.
Take your time, Rep. Piscopo. We got please. Do you want to see if there's other questions, and we'll come back while you get your line together?
That's okay. The way
the
way I read the original substitute language, I guess, and I don't know if it's changed much since this morning. That's a problem right on its face. But this is the way I read this bill. I see, and we got testimony to this too from the people that are actually trying to run these trash energy plants, that the tipping fees come in and they take that money for capital improvements, their scrubbers and their it's a huge industrial, they're repair their machines and stuff. And now this bill looks like the state's going to take some of it, $1.50 of it per ton, so a good amount of it actually, and they'll have that much less to keep their plants running and upgrading them and making the scrubbers cleaner and all that stuff. So we did hear compelling testimony in the public hearing on this, Mr. Chairman, and I think this is real premature, and this looks like just a sweep of some of the tipping fees, and I'll be opposed to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments, Rep. Piscopo. I'll speak to that briefly. In responding to what we heard at the hearing, currently those folks that are processing that waste in state, the $150 per ton, thank you, $1.50, not $150, $1.50 per ton assessment fee that was put in statute is currently going to the general fund. What this bill proposes is to keep that same fee, but to move it into the Sustainable Materials Management Fund so that we can actually have a vehicle to, as we heard, in my perspective, get that money back into the system so that we can support programs, grants, upgrade systems that are actually going to help make the solid waste management system work better. So no new fee on those folks. It's just moving that over to something that's actually connected to the process itself.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you took out the language on the penalty. There's an assessment to be made, and if it's not paid, if the tipping fees were off, there's an accounting error. There's a penalty which is pretty heavy, as I read in the original substitute language.
That's current underlying statute. So right now,
Yeah.
in the context of that $1.50 per ton that's currently being assessed and collected, those penalty structures are in place for it. So the change is just moving where that money goes rather than swept into the general fund to be able to bring it back into the system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Rep. Pisco. I appreciate it. Thank you for the questions. Are there other comments on this bill? I see a couple online. Rep. Dubisky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at LCO 5575. I also just got this moments ago, so I admit I have not had a chance to review it carefully enough to determine how it would affect the trash to energy plant in my district. But I do just a brief zoom through notice that on line 54, it appears to increase the fee that is paid to the Commissioner of Revenue Services by 50% from $1 to $1.50 per ton. Do I interpret that incorrectly?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Rep. Dubitsky. So what you're looking at was amending the language that was drafted previously for this bill, which had written in that dollar per ton. That was a new concept in how that was written. This is bringing that up to $1.50, which is actually in line with what's currently in statute being collected on these facilities. So while I appreciate that it appears from looking at it that way that that's another increase, that's actually amending a previous version of the bill from this year. The underlying statute is $1.50 that's already being captured. So it's maybe just a little bit of the timing for how the language evolved, if my response makes sense.
Okay, well, your response does make sense, but in the interest of safety, I think for now, until I've had a chance to really review these changes, I'm going to have to vote against it. But thank you for your response. I appreciate it.
Yeah, understood, Rep. Dubitsky. Appreciate it. Happy to keep talking about this detail. I know this is important for your district. Online, we have Representative Mushinski. Please go ahead, ma'am.
I'm muting myself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My experience with the solid waste management from when I was chair of the committee is that you can't do these regional solutions without funding, and you can't keep the plants in the best health to protect the community without funding. When the fund was raided and put into the general fund, the towns lost the ability to keep up with regional solutions and to keep their plants operating in a safe and healthy manner. So it's vitally important to get these funds rededicated to the solid waste problem itself. That's what it's for. And that's how we help our towns. We had testimony on this bill that the towns didn't object to the fee if it was used correctly, but they did object to it when they're paying it and getting nothing for it. So I think the right thing to do is to put it back into its original purpose and help these towns avoid sending their waste all the way to Ohio if they can, and handle it safely in Connecticut. So I support what you've done, Mr. Chairman, to put it back into helping the towns solve their problem.
Thank you, Representative. I see Rep. Dubitsky. Hold 1 second. Let's see if there's any first comments from folks. All right, Rep. Dubitsky, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for going a second time, but with all due respect to Representative Mashinsky's comments, the plant, at least the plant in my district, is not owned by any town or municipality or even the state. It's a privately operated, privately run operation, and taking money from it and giving that money from the company that owns and operates the plant and giving it to the government, I don't see any way that that helps that company maintain that plant in a healthy and efficient manner. Cutting the amount of money that we take from it, the company, would certainly be a better way to increase the health of that company and that plant. So, with all due respect, I think we have the equation upside down. But I thank you, and no disrespect meant to Representative Mashinsky. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further? Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarifying question. On the agenda, it says that this is going to be JFS to the floor. I believe you said it's going to be JFS to the Appropriations Committee. Just wanted to make sure that I understand it correctly. It's going to Appropes?
You understand it correctly, yes.
Okay. And
there's some in section 1 a little bit of money considered, so we want to make sure this moves right
considerable
along.
amount of money. Yes. I'm always nervous when things go to the Appropriations Committee, but if that's what needs to be done, that's what needs to be done. Thank you.
Are there further questions or comments on the bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFS, House Bill 6917, an act concerning the management of solid waste in the state, LCO 5575 to appropriations. Senator Lopes. Representative Parker.
Yes.
Senator Hockendahl. Representative Baumgartner.
Yes.
Senator Harding. Representative Callahan.
No.
Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Arzeno.
Yes.
Representative Chafee. Senator Cohen. Representative D'Amico.
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon. Representative Doucette.
Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
No.
Representative Gresco. Representative Gucker. Representative Horn.
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Representative Jacobson. Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes no.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Mushinsky.
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day.
O'Day, no.
Representative Piscopo.
Piscopo, no.
Representative Paletta. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Reddington Hughes votes no.
Representative Reyes. Representative Ryan.
Votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Smith votes yes.
Yes, okay. Yes for Smith. Representative Shannon,
Shannon votes yes.
Representative Stewart,
No.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Sweet,
Sweet votes yes.
and Representative Veach.
Veach votes no.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Representative Dillon,
Uh, Dylan votes yes.
thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes,
Leeper votes yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Folks, we'll be holding all these votes open until 2 p.m. today. Thank you. And next on our list is item number 4, HB 5013, an act adding certain plants to the invasive plants list. I will entertain a motion to JF this bill to the floor. So moved by Representative Gresco and seconded by Representative Baumgardner. Are there any questions or comments on this bill? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just confirm, do we have S language on this bill?
No, sir. This is a
Okay.
JF.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That was my only question.
Of course. Representative Callahan, please.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we begin a consent calendar and add to that consent calendar number 4 on our agenda, which is HB 5013.
Madam Clerk. Oh, can I have a second, please? Thank you for, we've had a, is there any objection? That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Rep. Callahan. Is there any objection? Let's put it that way. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please start a consent calendar and add item 4, HB 5013 to that consent calendar. Thank you, Rep. Callahan. Let's continue moving. Next up on our list is item 5, HB 5017, an act concerning participation in the tire stewardship program by tire retailers. This is LCO 5590. I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Representative Gresco and seconded by Representative Gucker. Are there any questions or comments on this bill? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all agree that dumping tires is bad and want to reduce it. But new tire retailers, the ones who do not have their own program in place, are very rare. We heard about a case a couple of years ago, maybe last year, where one of them was caught, and it's a crime with big fines. But we know that the major retailers and the local ones I've spoke to, have programs in place where not only do they add $3.50 or $5, sometimes a little more to the cost of disposing of the tires, old tires, when they remove them. And the ones I've spoken to and the major retailers said they'll take tires from cleanups, at no charge, to help with that. I know when we talked about this bill earlier, there was concerns about retailers overcharging or hiding the charge for disposal. Well, really, that's on the consumer to shop around, and I want to trust consumers. The provision of this bill allows or requires that the manufacturer's entity provide free, convenient drop-off locations for the public to discard used tires. That could have an unintended consequence of people slipping in tires from another state or and driving up prices. So I can say with certainty that this creating a monopoly that all the retailers are required to use will drive up the price of tires. So I think this is unnecessary. It's more regulation It increases the cost of doing business in Connecticut. I read recently that Connecticut is 33% behind the national average for GDP growth, and it's because of our taxes and regulation. So I oppose this bill in its current form. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the comments, Rep. Anderson. Understand there's a lot of stakeholders on this, and we'll certainly be continuing those conversations and appreciate everyone that's been a part of those. Representative Remington Hughes, please.
Thank you. I too would echo some of the same concerns. Will the retailers be able to name their own fee to support this, dependent upon the extent that they want to publicize the program? As a small business owner myself, I see how costly advertising is, and they are suggesting, that there is a big marketing effort in the, whatever is going to be offered through the tire retailers. What they're not understanding is that tire producers, they have the power of a large company in buying that kind of advertising. So I'm just curious as to whether or not they would assist them in any way, because small businesses trying to advertise is very costly.
Thank you for your comment, ma'am. Maybe let me ask you to rephrase your question just so I can try to get it answered.
Sure. The expectation of the retailers to push out the program has to be funded by what they collect. Advertising is very expensive, and I'm just wondering if there is a chance that the producers, with their power of advertising dollars, have any other suggestions for these small retailers to reduce those costs.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to see if our resident tire expert, Representative Gresko, wants to take a crack at that.
That'll be a $3.50 fee, please. Yes, so as part of the PRO, the group that is organized to handle this, competition will still be in place. The illegal dumping that we've seen is usually not the individual person doing it. It's as a result of either larger companies paying individuals to do it, as we've seen with multiple legal cases. As far as advertising goes, once the PRO is in place, they would do the advertising. The stewardship group would do the advertising. And as part of that advertising, it would include education. So you'd let the public know that instead of illegally dumping, you can bring it to a free, safe, convenient, consistent drop-off point. And that's the idea. The retail industry during the public hearing did make some points that we were hoping to hear in language that they were going to submit. We haven't received that yet. Doesn't mean that we're not open to it at this point, but if we can get this bill out of committee and keep the process going, the sooner we can be the first in the nation state to handle these things, these tire problems going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Rep. Gresko. I'm going to comment from Senator Lopes.
Just to add on to what Rep. Gresko said, the purpose of the stewardship program, which we passed last year, as you may or may not remember, is to get the manufacturers and distributors and retailers together. They work together to come up with a fee that works for them to get rid of the tires, to make stewardship of the tires work. And they will be the ones determining the price. That price will be inclusive of fees they need for marketing, for everything. So the goal of the stewardship program, we always try to ask people to remember, is to take government out of the process, to give it to the retailers, the business people that are handling it, put them together. They will determine a fee that works, and that fee will cover the expenses for eliminating tires from our stream. We've done it with mattresses. Mattresses used to be a blight in our state, and we're hoping to follow the same pattern for tires, so that we don't have to have people, because the problem isn't with the retailers, as Rep. Anderson said. The problem is with the people dumping the tires after they've gone through the retail process. And we're setting up a situation where all tires can be collected, all tires can be picked up. The fee that they institute will be enough to handle all the tires and make sure they're disposed of properly. And we've reversed the fee, the timing of the fee to ensure that the tires are disposed of properly before the payment goes back to the retailers, to ensure that they're disposed of properly. So people aren't getting the money and then throwing them out the back door. Not that I'm saying people, our major retailers are not doing that, but there are some people doing that, and it's an issue.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to warn the room that there'll be maybe a litany of dad jokes coming. I know Representative Gresco's worked tirelessly on this. The room is awake. Good. And I will tread lightly, but I warned you. There's more to come. But in all seriousness, Joe, Representative Gresco's done a lot of work on this. I'm still hearing some concerns from the retailers. I know people like Time Fair Tire have recycled massive amounts of tires, and still bad actors stealing some of these tires out of the back door that still have some tread on them. And those are, if they can't sell them on the black market, they dump them. I think having an increased fee for the bad actors is a good idea. In principle, I hate seeing the tires in our rivers, streams, open fields. It's a terrible thing. And I want to keep this moving. I know I've spoken with Representative Gresco about his continued conversation with the retailers, and I think we can end up in a good place. But I may be a no vote today just to flag it, but I'll continue to work with Representative Gresco and the concerned parties to get this to a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Callahan. Are there further questions or comments on this bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFS. House Bill 5017, an act concerning participation in the tire stewardship program by tire retailers, LCO 5590. Senator Lopes. Representative Parker.
Yes.
Senator Hackadell. Representative Baumgartner.
Yes.
Senator Harding. Representative Callahan.
No.
Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Arzano. Representative Chafee. Senator Cohen. Representative D'Amico.
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Doucette, yes.
Representative Dubisky.
No.
Representative Gresco. Representative Gucker. Representative Horn.
Horn votes yes.
Representative Jacobson. Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes no.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Leeper.
Yes.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Mushinski.
Wyszynski, yes.
Representative O'Day.
O'Day, no.
Representative Piscopo.
Piscopo, no.
Representative Paletta. Representative Reddington Hughes.
No to flag.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Smith votes yes.
Representative Shannon.
Shannon votes yes.
Representative Stewart.
No.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Sweet.
Sweet votes yes.
And Representative Veach.
Veach votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll hold till 2 p.m. Let's move along to the next item on our list. Item number 6, HB 5019, an act establishing extended producer responsibility for consumer batteries, LCO 5588. I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. Moved by Representative Gresco, second by Representative Gucker. Is there any questions or comments on this bill? First and last, Representative Callahan.
Thank you. There's been some good work done on this, Mr. Chair, and I think it's a good bill. Representative Gresco and I have been out to some of the recycling facilities and waste facilities, and we see what happens when the batteries make their way into the waste stream. They're run over by a forklift, they spark, they start a fire. They could start a fire in the trucks. We got to get these out of the waste stream, and I think this bill is a very good step in that direction. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we move the number 6 on our agenda, House Bill number 5019, to the consent calendar.
Do I hear an objection?
Second first, though. Okay. No, you don't need it.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please, thank you, Rep. Callahan. Madam Clerk, would you please move item 6 to the consent calendar? Thanks for all your work on this one, Rep. Gresco. Let's move along next to item number 7 on our list, which is SB 1154, an act concerning the sale of certain lighter than air balloons. This is LCO 5454. I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Rep. Baumgartner and seconded by Rep. Gucker. Are there any questions or comments on this bill? Rep. Lopes.
Feel the need to explain this a little bit. During the public hearing testimony, a lot of good information came out that kind of maybe made us change the focus of what we wanted to do on this bill to address the helium aspect of lighter than air balloons as opposed to the actual material of the balloon. In light of that, it is a pretty substantive change in the legislation, and it doesn't really give the helium industry like a chance to respond to the hearing because it's such a large change. And so in light of that, we're changing the bill. The JFS language changes it to a kind of a study where we're directing the Commissioner Deep to interact with the helium industry and relevant industries to get information about banning helium use for lighter than air balloons for the future. So in essence, it's a study now moving forward, but I think it's an important one for to set this up for action next year, and it's fair to the industry as well. So that's where we are.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Lopes, for your comments, because yes, well, in committee, this did change a bit. Anyone who's out there in the environment, you're a fisherman, you go clamming like I do, you're seeing these balloons and strings everywhere. It's terrible. They get entangled in the sea life, and I've seen it through the mouth and out the gill of some fish, and it's heartbreaking to see. So, but it has changed, and so in essence, is it a study or is it a study? Where is it?
I can't. I don't have glasses.
Sorry to be a pain. I just wanted to know.
Wearing my glasses, I'll direct us to line 6, which refers to a schedule to provide for an end to such use. And then a few lines later, there is a report to this committee on the nature of such schedule and progress towards reaching such discontinued use. Such report may contain any additional legislative recommendations concerning such lighter than air balloons. So the idea is it doesn't use the word study in the bill, to be clear, Rep. Callahan, but needs legislative action before the actual discontinued use, should we choose to go that direction, would be implemented. I know there's more questions. You good on that, Rep. Callahan? Thank you. Rep. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that balloons are a problem. I see them in the woods and the water, and I pick them up, and I hear about it from constituents and my son, who's an outdoorsman, that I got to do something about this. I don't think the helium is the problem, so I don't really want to go this direction. There's two other approaches I want to recommend. You repeal the permission to release 10 balloons, it becomes littering, or you can only release biodegradable balloons and strings. I don't think if we phased out helium, you could control that. The tanks look the same. They're kind of, helium is helium. I've also heard remarks that there's a helium shortage, which sometimes there is, but after doing some research, helium is one of the few elements that's increasing on our planet because it's made by the radioactive decay of radium and I think it's thorium, and it's extracted from natural gas, a relatively clean energy source. So I think I would ask that in the future, we not look at banning the use of helium in this way, but look really closely at only allowing release of truly biodegradable balloons and strings. Thank you. And I'm going to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Rep. Anderson. Are there further comments? Rep. Cocker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am happy to see this going forward. I know we've been talking about my on and off session, being in the session here, of what we do about these balloons. We all know about the litter that we see. We see the environmental impact that is not in a good way, not only just the type of balloons, but also the strings. I know we discussed in public hearing the idea of biodegradable, but unfortunately the biodegradable, I don't think they're at that point yet to where we still see these balloons in the fields and in the streams and all, waiting to biodegrade, but meanwhile, wildlife and other negative things have happened as a result. And we also don't address the strings, which are normally not labeled or talked about being biodegradable, normally some sort of chemically altered plastic of sort. The other thing, I'm glad to hear that we're increasing helium. It was my understanding that helium was a finite gas, and as we see in the medical fields and others, where I would rather see helium and all being used for medical use and for other technologies going forward. As much as we all enjoy balloons and we love the smiles on children's faces when we do outdoor activities and we all hand out balloons to kids and watch them going around inadvertently, the saddest day for that child is when they look at their mother and the balloon escapes, and we can't help that. So I would be all in favor of this for I think it's a step on correcting what we need to do with a balloon and the waste associated, but also second, preserving a finite gas for maybe other uses that we don't know what the future is going to bring. So I am going to be a strong supporter of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, for your remarks. Online, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple things. First off, I'm still unable to locate the S language, but I will take your word for what the S language says. I support a study to determine which is the best way to go. I'm not sure I would support a study that has a predetermined outcome as to how to ban balloons, which is sort of what I thought I heard you say. We should certainly have somebody look into the best way to proceed. I've heard two different things about helium myself. One is that we get new helium from the degeneration of various elements in the ground, and I've also heard that there's only a finite amount of it in the entire universe, and that we're using it up on party favors. I don't know which one of those is true. With regard to the balloons themselves, I have found hundreds of balloons over the years in my woods. Every single one of them has been a Mylar balloon. I can't remember ever finding a natural latex balloon. Do the latex balloons dissolve? Do they turn into soil? I don't know. with regard to string, there are plenty of types of string that are biodegradable. You know, there's hemp, there's jute, there's cotton, there's all kinds of things that if it lands on the ground, it will very soon be dirt. I think just saying we're going to ban everything is the wrong way to go. And making a decision on banning helium use, I think, is the wrong way to go unless we determine whether or not there really is a problem with the supply of helium. So I support a study, but I do hope that the study committee is not given a predetermined outcome that they're supposed to work towards, and that they can objectively collect information and report reasonable conclusions based on that objective study. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rep. Dubitsky. Well, as many of you know, not that I want to shirk my duty as chair, I desperately want a bipartisan group to work on this bill. And Rep. Arzano, Rep. Chafee, Rep. Haynes, I would love to have you join in along with Rep. Anderson and anyone else who's interested. Once we get some of the reporting back from DEEP over the summer, I will be reaching out to all of you, and hopefully you can put your minds together to craft a bill for next year, because I do truly think this is a bipartisan issue, that nobody likes the balloons in the environment, and we should be able to craft something that works. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions or comments on this bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFS Senate Bill 1154, an act concerning the sale of certain lighter than air balloons, LCO 5454. Senator Lopes. Representative Parker.
Yes.
Senator Hackedow. Representative Baumgartner.
Yes.
Senator Harding. Representative Callahan.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Arzano. Representative Chafee. Senator Cohen. Representative D'Amico.
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Doucette, yes.
Representative Dubisky.
Yes.
Representative Gresco. Representative Gucker. Representative Horn.
Horn votes yes.
Representative Jacobson. Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Leeper.
Yes.
Senator Marr. Representative Mushinski.
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day.
O'Day, yes.
Representative Piscopo.
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Paletta. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Reyes. Representative Ryan.
Senator Ryan votes yes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith.
Smith, yes.
Representative Shannon.
Rep. Shannon votes yes.
Representative Stewart.
Yes.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Sweet.
Sweet votes yes.
And Representative Beach.
Beach votes yes.
Madam Clerk, Senator Marr votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Votes held till 2 p.m. Next up on our list is item number 8, Senate Bill 884, an act concerning the maximum allowable concentration for 1,4-dioxane in household cleaning and personal care products and cosmetics. I will entertain, we're looking at LCO 5560. I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Representative Baumgartner and seconded by Rep. Gucker. Are there any questions on this bill? Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interesting bill. I never knew what that word was until this year, so we continue to learn. And thankfully, Representative Jensen is a chemical engineer, so he's helped me with this. But I didn't realize what it did, and I am aware that the New York market has come to terms with this. As long as we don't do anything that makes it more difficult for, if this falls in line and is parallel to what New York is doing, so they don't have to come up with new formulations for Connecticut, I think that would satisfy this committee, and I believe the language does still fall in line with that. But when it comes to when we're trying to be more environmentally friendly with packaging and other things, when it comes to concentrated detergents and things, sometimes in the concentrate form they exceed that, but when you add water they don't. So I just want to make sure, I don't want to make it so we have to come back and when it comes to selling concentrates in smaller packages to try and be more environmentally friendly with our packaging, this doesn't sideline that. So, but I think it's a good bill as long as we continue to fall in line with what New York is doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Rep. Callahan. Are there further comments or questions on this bill? Rep. Callahan?
With that, I would make a motion that we add number 8 on the agenda, SB 884, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to moving item 884 to the consent calendar? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, will you please place item 8 on the consent calendar? Thank you, Representative Callahan. Next up on our list, item number 9, SB 1282, an act concerning the minimum quarantine for certain dogs and cats exposed to rabies. I will entertain a motion to JF to the floor. So moved by Rep. Baumgartner and seconded by Representative Gucker. Is there any comments or questions on this bill? All right, Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've all been, the leadership of the committee has been in meetings with DOAG, and I know that we've been in contact with the Humane Society, and they agree with this 6 months to 4 months, the change that this bill indicates. And seeing as there was no other comments from the committee, I would ask that the chair move number 9 on the agenda, SB 1282, to the consent calendar, please.
Is there an objection? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please move item 9, SB 1282, to the consent calendar. Thanks, Rep. Callahan. Next up is item 10, SB 1281, an act concerning a study on the need for extended producer responsibility for solar panels and wind turbine blades. I will entertain a motion to JF to the floor. So moved by Rep. Baumgartner and seconded by Rep. Shannon. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this bill? Representative Callahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the committee moving this bill forward as we are searching for renewable energy that is good for the environment. It's nice to start thinking about what are we going to do with these panels? What are we going to do with these 20-ton wind turbine blades? They're starting to stack up out west. So with that, with no other comments from the committee that I saw, I would ask the chair to move number 10 on our agenda, SB number 1281, to the consent calendar.
Is there an objection? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Clerk, please move item 10, SB 1281, to the consent calendar. Thanks, Rep. Callahan. Next up on our list is item 11, SB 78, an act providing for local representation on the Connecticut Siting Council. I will entertain a motion to JF this bill to the floor. So moved by Rep. Baumgartner, seconded by Senator Lopes. Are there questions or comments on this bill? Rep. D'Amico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will try to be as brief as possible. I certainly appreciate the efforts of my colleagues, one colleague in particular, who year after year has been promoting this bill in this committee. I would note that this is probably the third or fourth or maybe fifth year in a row that this has come before us. I appreciate the fact that many of us and many of our colleagues throughout the legislature are not particularly happy with some of the proceedings of the Connecticut Siting Council. It's, you know, I think that's safe to say that not everyone is thrilled with the way things happen in their towns when the Siting Council meets to consider proposals for their particular town. I would acknowledge that the Connecticut Siting Council probably needs some tweaking, probably needs something needs to be done to satisfy some of the concerns of residents as well as legislators. But I would offer to this committee that this bill is not the way to do it. This bill is not the way to go. And it's not just Representative D'Amico saying it, it's also the man who has the ultimate say on this, and that would be Governor Lamont. As all of us are probably aware, should be aware, this identical bill was vetoed 2 years ago by Governor Lamont, and he took the unusual step, it seems to me the unusual step, of actually submitting testimony himself on this bill to this committee this year. And he noted that the concerns raised in his 2023 veto message the concerns remain with this year's iteration of the bill. He notes that municipal participation in Siting Council proceedings is already extensive and that the council balances the needs of the residents of local communities and the needs of the residents of the state as a whole. He notes that municipalities have robust opportunities for participation in Siting Council proceedings. His concern, one of his major concerns, and this is the governor and in his veto message from 2 years ago on the identical bill. This bill would allow municipalities to participate in council proceedings from both sides. It's inappropriate for a party to a proceeding who may later file an appeal to also appoint a representative to the decision-making body from which the appeal will be taken. Now, I know that some proponents of this bill try to satisfy themselves by saying, well, we're proposing to add a non-voting member to the body, and therefore that makes it okay. And I would argue just the opposite. I'm looking at testimony that was submitted 2 years ago by Melanie Bachman, the executive director of the Connecticut Siting Council, who does know quite a bit about this, obviously, considering her position. She notes 2 years ago in her testimony that intentionally placing a local representative on the Connecticut Siting Council from the municipality where a facility is proposed to be located creates the appearance of bias, partiality, predetermination, and/or impropriety. She also notes that off-the-record communications with a Siting Council member or its staff is prohibited by law. Local representative off-the-record communications with a voting member or a member of the staff would constitute ex-parte communications that are prohibited by law. And I would note, Mr. Chair, that we have had no testimony come to this committee that would refute either of those contentions by Ms. Bachman. She notes, as does the governor, that municipalities have an absolute right to participate in Siting Council proceedings. They have the right to submit testimony, submit exhibits, cross-examine witnesses, and appeal final decisions. She notes, and this is, I think this is most important, that the proposed provision in the bill that each non-voting member shall abide by all applicable rules of confidentiality does not legally or effectively resolve the attorney-client communications issue with a non-voting member. So simply put, just by putting language in the bill that says that confidentiality confidentiality issues are not going to be a problem doesn't mean that confidentiality issues are not going to be a problem. So it's probably no surprise, Mr. Chair, that I would vigorously and vehemently ask my colleagues to reject, as we have rejected for several years, excuse me, I shouldn't say that. I would suggest that we would reject, as I have rejected this for several years in a row, with the ultimate understanding that the governor is quite likely to veto this once it gets to his desk anyhow. And I really appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Rep. D'Amico. Are there further comments? I see online Representative Dubitsky.
Right. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a comment on the confidentiality issue. Yes, the person who would be appointed would be a member of the community in which the proposed facility would be located. That doesn't automatically give the person a conflict of interest nor a issue of potential confidentiality breach. Remember that each of the people, the regular members of the siting council, all live in one town or another. And there are instances where the siting council will work on a proposed project in the town that one of those people live. That doesn't automatically require, as my understanding, doesn't automatically require them to recuse themselves from the discussion and voting on the application, only if they have a specific conflict of interest or there's an appearance of a conflict of interest would they need to recuse. With regard to confidentiality, everybody that sits on that board, whether a voting member or a non-voting member, would have the same statutory obligation to maintain confidentiality of any confidential information. So I don't see the problem there. I think it's a stretch to say that should be the basis of voting against this bill. And, simply the fact that the governor said he's going to veto it, we don't work for the governor. So we do what we do. And if the governor doesn't like it, he has certain powers that he may be able to veto it. I support the bill, and I don't think much of the arguments that the governor appears to have put forth in his testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments, Representative. Representative Mushinski, welcome.
Yeah, here in the flesh this time. My vote on this has nothing to do with the governor. I've been opposed to this bill since long before Governor Lamont was here. But it's very difficult for a siting council to pick a site for a utility that serves all the public. I went through this with the high transmission lines going through my town, and nobody wanted them going through their town, even though they all use electricity. It's always going to be a problem for the host town when you're dealing with electricity, power, any other utilities. And so while we need to listen to the town, and we certainly did in the transmission line issue, we went out and talked to people. While we need to listen to them and respect them and try to ameliorate any impact on their neighborhood, we can't put them in the same position as the siting council members. The town can't be in the same position. It's really impossible to make this decision for the good of the whole public when the town has a vote. And I've been pretty consistent on this. I'm going to be a no again today. Has nothing to do with this governor. It's been my vote since well before he arrived on the scene. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments, Representative. Representative Reddington Hughes, please.
Thank you. I'm hearing what you're saying there. However, I think that this is an attempt to actually meld the history that somebody brings forward as a citizen of the town that perhaps other people on this board would not have access to. So I think that when a decision is being made that is going to affect the town for years to come, that having somebody there to represent them who is full of the, previous things that went on, what kind of environmental impact this could have, what kind of inland wetland, impact it could have. I think that that is a valuable thing to have. So I would support that. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I have great respect for Representative Mashinsky, Representative D'Amico. Local control I'm a big fan of, and I understand that it might not be pleasant for the siting council to hear it sometimes, but with new things coming at our towns all the time, whether it be data centers, huge storage facilities for batteries, these things are ever changing as technology changes, and not having the local resident have a representative on it seems to me a detriment. And I certainly understand the different points of view, but I still would support this bill, and I'm thankful to Senator Harding for proposing it. And that's all I have to say on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As many people are aware, this has been a big issue in the legislature going back at least a couple of years. In fact, 5 committees had bills last year, and we made what might be considered some incremental changes to the siting council last year. It's also come up before the Energy and Technology Committee as recently as yesterday, and we continue to wrestle with the dilemma of whether or not the siting council is well prepared to handle the tasks that are likely to be before it going forward. And our focus was less on some of the smaller local decisions like a cell tower, as important as that can be in a municipality, and more concerned with some of the bigger transmission projects, such as the one that UI has been implementing in Fairfield County. There is concern that perhaps they don't have the horses to get the job done. So our focus has been more on expertise of members of the siting council and having adequate resources rather than necessarily explicitly municipal involvement. The unions have come forward and saying they want a seat on the siting council. There's a concern that eventually the siting council will become unwieldy, and it could be potentially problematic for us to be opening the door to continuing to add, whether they're voting members or otherwise. Local municipal input is critically important. Every project is unique. The impact on the community is unique. But I do remain concerned that if we start tipping the scales in that direction, rather than observing and respecting the process as it is, which affords tremendous opportunity for municipal input, that we're making a change without a difference. Short of a voting member from the municipality on the siting council, I'm not sure what having a member on the council would be so much more significant than simply their ability to testify and provide input on a specific project. So even though I'm conflicted on this, I am going to be I will be a yes vote to get it out of committee. I should also note the GAE has a more substantial bill before it, which may or may not incorporate this element. And I'm hopeful that this will be resolved by one committee. I'm not sure this bill is the one that I would support going forward. So I will provide simply a conditional yes to get it out of committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Representative, and for all your work and your committee's work on this issue and sharing some of the other folks that are taking this on this year. Are there further comment? Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The language that I'm looking at is the same language that was vetoed. So there's almost no scenario under which I would support this on the floor. but I respect that people have worked on this, and that if they're willing to work with the chairman and see if there's a resolution, I am willing for this moment to support this for the purpose of moving it out of committee.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that, Representative. Thank you for your comments. Are there further questions or comments on this bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JF Senate Bill 78, an act providing for local representation on the Connecticut Siting Council. Senator Lopes. Representative Parker.
Yes.
Senator Hockadow. Representative Baumgardner.
Yes.
Senator Harding. Representative Callahan.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
Yes.
Representative Arzano. Representative Chafee. Senator Cohen. Representative D'Amico.
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Doucette, yes.
Representative Dubisky.
Yes.
Representative Gresco.
Yes.
Representative Garker. Representative Horn.
Horn votes yes.
Representative Jacobson. Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Mushinsky.
Mushinsky, no.
Representative O'Day.
O'Day, yes.
Representative Piscopo.
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Paletta. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Reddington Hughes votes yes.
Representative Reyes. Representative Ryan.
Yep.
Representative Smith.
Smith votes yes.
Representative Shannon.
Shannon votes yes.
Representative Stewart.
Stewart votes yes.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Sweet
Sweet votes yes.
and Representative Beach.
Beach votes yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Votes will be held till 2 p.m. That brings us to item 12 on the agenda, which we will not address today. Which then brings us to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, by my understanding, we have on the consent calendar, item 4, HB 5013. Well, let me just let you read them. That's probably more your job than mine. Madam Clerk, would you read the consent calendar so that we could get the roll called?
Yes, will do. This is a roll call vote for our consent calendar, which includes item number 4 on the agenda, House Bill 5013 to JF to the floor. Item number 6 on the agenda, House Bill 5019 to JFS to the floor with LCO 5588. Item number 8 on the agenda, Senate Bill 884 to JFS to the floor with LCO number 5500. Item number 9 on the agenda, Senate Bill 1282 to JF to the floor. And item number 10 on the agenda, Senate Bill 1281 to JF to the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just for clarification.
Rep. D'Amico, please.
Thank you, sir. I believe on item number 8, the LCO that we're voting on to JFS for item number 8 is 5560 as opposed to 5500.
5560 is the LCO for item number 8.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Parker,
Yes.
Senator Hackadell, Representative Baumgartner,
Yes.
Senator Harding, Representative Callahan,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Representative Arzano, Representative Chafee, Senator Cohen, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Yes.
Representative Doucette, Representative Dubisky,
I'm here to Yes.
testify in strong support of HB 7.
Representative Gresco, Representative Gucker, Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
thank you. Representative Jacobson, Representative Jensen,
Jensen votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Senator Marr,
Senator Mar votes yes.
Representative Mushinski,
Mushinski, yes.
Representative O'Day,
O'Day, yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Paletta, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Representative Shannon,
Shannon votes yes.
Representative Stewart,
Stewart votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Sweet,
Sweet votes yes.
and Representative Veach.
Rep Beach votes yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we please hold the votes open till 2 p.m.? Item 4 on our agenda, announcement of public hearing. We have a public hearing this Monday, March 3rd at 10 a.m. We've got an excellent agenda before us. We look forward to a nice long day together. And I would also like to announce on the following day, we have a public hearing on Tuesday, March 4th. This is at 11 a.m. and it is a joint public hearing with our friends on the Commerce Committee. So please note that on your calendars as well. Are there any final comments from the chairs or ranking members? Seeing none, we will stand in recess until 2 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Is anybody present? Good afternoon. Are the clerks present? Good afternoon, Zaira Romero. Good afternoon, Zaira Romero.
Madam Administrator, Madam Administrator,
Can you hear me? Representative Beach? Just
loud, but I think I can hear you. I just want to make sure that you have me down and I didn't miss any votes because I did come on.
Can you hear me, Representative Beach?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I don't think she can hear me.
No, I can't.
Oh, no wonder. Look at this.
Can
you hear me, Representative Beach?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Yes, okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. I just want to be sure that that you have me putting in all my votes and I didn't miss any votes with you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yes.
Are you gonna be there?
Okay.
Madam Administrator, do you show me missing any votes?
Hold on one second. I think she's asking you a question. Okay. Give me 1 second. It would be the first couple of votes. You want me to check? I don't see any difference. One moment.
No, that was the intention of it, except for that guy, I suspect. This year. Yeah.
Each on 6/9/17 and act concerning the management of solid waste. He hasn't voted. Okay. Representative Beach for bill number 6917.
I was a no.
That's a no? Okay, thank you.
Are we all set now?
Yes, yes, we are.
Okay,
You're welcome. Bye-bye. And now Baker and Hockedell. Go to Hockedell. She hasn't voted on anything.
So, should I? I don't want to leave her, but it's wrapping it up. All right, we'll get to him. So.
Okay, what about the alterations? She has voted on the consent calendar. Ask her if how she votes on the consent calendar. Representative Lieber?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so for the consent calendar, can you tell me for item number 10 on the agenda, Senate Bill 1281?
Yes, I vote yes.
Yes, okay.
Are there any other votes I missed?
That's the only one that we have. Thank you. Okay, let's go on again.
Are there any other votes I missed?
Then thank you. Okay. Senator Hockedell?
Yes,
Hi.
I'm here. Hi.
Okay. Okay, so for bill number 6916. Senator Hockedell?
I vote yes.
Is that a yes or no?
A yes, please.
Okay.
I vote yes.
Okay, and bill number 6915.
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Bill number 6917.
Yes.
Thank you. Bill number 5017.
Yes.
Yes. Bill number 1154.
Yes.
Bill number 78.
Yes.
And bill number 6916.
Yes.
Right. And that's on the consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay. I think we are all set. Thank you, Senator Hagedorn.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
So the only person who has not voted is Senator Cody.
We are all set. Thank you, Senator Hagedorn.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Madam Clerk?
What's Dubinsky doing now?
Yes. Hi, Representative Dubinsky.
Yes, I believe I got all of mine in. Can you just check, please?
Okay. Do you know which bill number?
No, I think I got them all, but can you just check to make sure I got them all?
Okay. All right. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
He doesn't know which one.
No. No, I don't see any missing voting.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too.
He's voted yes and no.
All right, I don't know if he's on.
Just mute.
Yeah, mute everybody.
Thank you very much.
Great day. Bye-bye. I just muted everyone. Okay, let's go.
Hey.
Might as well do it here since we're down here.
What?
Yeah. So I just muted everyone.
Yeah, we got it. That's why I said, let's do it here.
Yeah.
Harding will come, he'll vote with us later.
Hi, Senator Cohen, can you hear me? I don't think she can hear me. Senator Cohen, okay.
Oh, sorry. I had my, if you were talking to me, I had my volume off. Apologize for that.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so are we voting?
Oh, sorry. If you were talking to me, I had my volume off. Apologize for that.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so are we voting?
Oh, sorry. If you were talking to me, I had my volume off. Apologize for that.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so are we voting?
Oh, sorry. If you were Sounds like there is some sort of glitch happening. Yes.
That's bizarre. Okay, so for bill number 6915, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Bill
That's-
number 6915.
Yes.
Okay, that's a yes. Okay, so for bill number 6915, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Bill number
that's
78. 6915.
Yes. What is happening?
This is for bill number 6915. Can you hear me? This is
Yes.
okay. Bill number 78.
Do you want me to log out and try logging
Yes.
back in? What's
Yes,
happening?
please.
Okay.
Log out.
Okay. Do you want me to log out and try logging back in?
Yes, would you please? Log
Okay.
out.
Okay.
So I think Judy, is she off on your end?
Yeah, you just do it.
Okay.
Do you want me to log out and try logging back in?
Yes, would you please?
Okay.
Log out.
Okay.
So I think Judy, is she off? Judy, you know what? I'm gonna do it at your end. It's not working. We hear.
Okay, hopefully whatever was happening is remedied at this point.
Okay, can you hear me now, Senator Cohen?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
We got this.
Okay,
You want to start over? 6915?
yes.
Okay, I'm a yes on number one. I can hear you, yes. Oh, no, there's something going on. We got this. You want to start over? Is it CTN in the background or is there some yes on number? I can hear you, yes. Oh, no, there's something going on.
Yeah, there's something going on.
You want to start over? Is it CTN in the background or is there some yes on number? I
Give
can
me-
hear you, yes. Oh, no, there's something going on.
Yeah, there's something going on. So Judy, I think on your end, we're gonna have to use your laptop.
Yes.
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Something going.
Yeah, there's something going on. So Judy, I think on your end, we're gonna have to use your laptop. I'm gonna have to, yeah. Hold on one second. Okay.
Something going.
Yeah, there's something going on. So Judy, I think on your end, we can oh my use God, your this is terrible.
Senator Cohen,
Yes,
you can hear?
I can hear.
Oh, goodness. It's my, tell her way to change. Okay, so we have Senate Bill 7-8. Is that a yes? Thank you.
Oh, you went out of order. Okay, yes, that's a yes. Or was everything else on consent?
Bill number 1154.
Yes.
Bill number 5017.
That's a yes.
Okay. Thank you. Bill number 6917.
That's a yes.
Hold on 1 second. Calendar. Bill number 6917. Was that a yes?
Yes.
Bill number 6915.
Yes.
Bill number 1282.
Yes.
Bill number 884.
Yes.
Bill number 1281.
Yes.
Bill number 5064.
Yes.
And then I'm going to read you the consent to calendar.
Okay.
Item number 4 on the
Oh.
agenda, Bill
Yeah.
number 5013. JF to the floor.
Is that one of the consent items?
Yes.
Okay.
Item number 4 on the agenda, House Bill 5013 to JF to the floor. Item number 6 on the agenda, House Bill 5019 to JFS to the floor. Item number 8 on the agenda, Senate Bill 884 to JFS to the floor. Item number 9 on the agenda, Senate Bill 1282 to JF to the floor. And item number 10 on the agenda, Senate Bill 1281 JF to the floor.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a yes to the consent. I think I
Okay.
said yes to them each separately too, but yeah.
Great.
I'll-
Thank
I'll
you
be a
so
yes.
very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry we were having some technical difficulties there.
I really apologize, but thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, have a great
All right.
day.
Have a good weekend. You too. Bye-bye.
Thanks, you too. Okay.
Any sense, does it?
It's, you know what it is? I have it on my laptop. And it's just not, it's not going through.
Okay.
So
All
I
right.
think, and I don't want to turn it off.
So all it is Harding right now.
Harding. But they haven't until 2 o'clock.
Right.
I can't turn it off. I have to leave this on until 2.
Right.
Can you hear me, Judy? No, okay. Can you hear me? Okay, because I have Judy and then I have Senator Lopes. Okay. Can you hear me?
Judy? Oh, it's still recording. Hear me? I have Judy and then I have Senator Phillips.
Hello? Yes. Yes. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, the amendment failed. The Republican amendment failed, but the bill passed. Well, we don't know. Let me say this. We don't know what the final total is. They voted on 1, they held 2, and they voted on 3. 2. Correct. Yes. Right. Okay. Yep. Okay, later. Bye. Yep. Which makes our life a lot easier. And if it gets closer, I'll go talk to Lizzie where he is. Okay. The weird thing is what will on Monday we have public hearing.
Yeah, during the public hearing.
Oh, freaking moly, really? Wow. I'm getting first to come in and tell you about you.
No, I think it's just, it's a meeting here. Yeah, I don't know.
The whole world is knowing.
I know, you get brother.
And let me tell you, on Monday, and read the agenda. Ready? I'll read it.
I was number 177 on the finance committee. So I just went and testified with Candelora at number 3. I'm like, move over.
Here, I'm coming with you.
I'm
How,
not,
how late were they in, do you know?
no, I didn't have.
Oh, right here, I guess what, they've got Duff first, then, I mean, Looney first, and then Duff second.
On Monday.
Speaking
Um,
on his, isn't.
language thing, so have it on the next meeting.
Has anybody paid attention to the fact that to get these bills out on the other side, and every committee is like hearing huge amounts of bills, huge amounts. They don't get voted on the floor, you know. Most of these things are dead.
I have anything to say about it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do not have anything to say about it.
I know you do.
So,
This is what I'm saying to you.
You do your due diligence ahead of time so that when you pitch your bill, you say, everyone's on board, 5 minutes. Right. Anything else? See you.
And that's exactly. I mean, I think I just feel like I'm just an old cranky person, but I just see I am that, but that part I will go with.
Me too.
I've been, you've seen it so long, and you keep going, wow, this is a lot of, for what? So everybody says, like this.
We're remember where we had 7,000 something of other in the House, so that's 2,000 bills, and we're like on 1,500 in the Senate. So that's 3,500, that's it, 3,500 bills that were submitted. Now, if every committee, there's 25 committees, let's say committees reports out. Not every committee will report out 50 bills, but for easy math.
Okay.
So you're looking at 750 bills that I'm gonna have to go through.
And you, and the time restraints alone don't.
This is why when you have to make a pitch, everybody's on board, it was unanimous out of committee, no fiscal, no. 5 minutes, no talking. Then, oh, okay.
You have been lucky to have rankings that are not angry people. I mean, they may not always agree with you, but they're not, I mean, some of them, they just go after, you get a Samson, he just does it for the.
It's the reason why we're doing battery EPR again, because it was gonna go last year. And we threatened to filibuster it on the last day, and as opposed to putting it on the consent calendar. Here we are.
And you can't talk to them, nobody can.
I mean, Harding tried to, but.
They do.
Harding gets where he got. So how do you, yeah, I get it. I don't get Harding.
No, but even if you haven't, Samson not be spoken to. He does. I've never seen anything like him.
Sometimes.
You've been able to.
Well, the tire EPR, he talked for an hour on it, but then that was it. You caught him on a good day. And one day, I sat up there and for him, answering all the questions. What? We're done. So let's get out. I would have done that, but here we go.
I know.
Not fun, but I'm good.
I know.
So, when they're done, I was gonna let them know if you wanna, you too. and 5064. Trubisky has agreed to just eliminate sections section A and B out of it. Yep, so it'll be a strike those sections and for the next meeting, we're ready to go.
Okay.
So I worked on this all off session, using the line to go at. And those points are valid, but I don't want to reopen a can of worms between go at and working with this kid doing that again.
So you've got the language on 5064?
Yeah, it's just striking section A and B.
Yeah, eliminate section A and B.
Okay.
And Doug will fuck it up and we'll just, everyone will be happy. We'll create the statutes, create the program, and then let them have that trying to find federal funds, or whatever else. But at least it's in existence now. You know, somebody wins Powerball and wants to pump some money in there and knock yourself out, but.
Issue here.
I
know.
I don't know, I can't say. One way or the other.
You have
because
different responsibilities.
I don't know what it will entail. From what I'm seeing, it might actually be beneficial to getting environment bills done because, you know, you pass it out of committee.
Doesn't mean it's
I
going.
was running around like a crazy person trying to get it called. I didn't listen to them. Now, I'm on the other side.
You're part of it.
Saying, we're doing this bill and, get on board. So, it's another layer of
I know.
environmental, whatever you want to call it.
You must miss your office though.
But I have, my office upstairs isn't that bad.
No.
No, I'm facing this way.
Okay.
And I have two windows, so my plans are not. But I'm making noise, but yeah, that was.
Oh, well,
But we redecorated before I left.
yes, you did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is all rep.
Yes.
For how many years?
5. Oh, wow. I went
Did,
and all the. A lot of stuff was owned to us from the Wadsworth, sent it back. And then we got Department of Agriculture to bring in all the Connecticut grown photos. And then deep in all of them.
to me, it's such a, it was so much more now, the Environment Committee.
The other decoration.
There was no rhyme or reason.
I have no idea what that is.
Did you take over from D'Amico?
Yes.
Okay, because it was, I mean, he came in after Milford area, from West.
Albus.
Was
Albus.
Albus. So way back was
Richie Bourne.
Dick Roy.
Yeah. God rest his soul.
I know.
Mid clerk was Gaia.
That's who I learned from. She loved this committee.
And then after Gaia, it was Jim. Jim McNally. And what? Oh, there was an additional senator elected this year. So when that happened, and I told him that I wasn't going to chair it anymore, I moved upstairs. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm going to be the legislative aide for the only.
But you know, being an aide is so boring.
But you know, if you're looking to combine additional experience, yeah,
I guess he's young.
for but yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was that.
That was good.
That, what I loved was how she would just people lobbyists that said no, she would just say no.
Yeah.
They get oh wow. They'll come in here and they want this. And lobbyists, even the environmentalists, who think they're special, don't run this.
Sure.
And I don't know how to say it nicely, but you have to push back and tell them no.
Well, which you don't have a problem with until you tell them no, and then they go to the chair and they're like, oh, yeah, sure, well, and then you look like, they
I know.
don't have your back.
I mean, I said to David a couple of times, when we were doing the numbers had already been done, everything was first public. And one of the environmental and came and said, well, we want to change this one, that. And I said, no. I understand kids have that thought. It wasn't much.
Changing the speaking order?
And it wasn't like
I can't say anything because I used to do it all the time.
I think though, if there is this is it, it's somebody special. There have been times where there was a client we had that was flying out of town. You wanted him. Okay, you wanted him because he had information.
I moved so many people, so many different times.
But not just, how do I say it? Fodder. But I call it fodder.
But I make a decision. I say, people that ask me to move them, I move.
Because you wanted the information.
Right. Just look at Monday. There's 200 people that are interested. I want to hear from number 191. I want everybody else to hear from number 191.
Absolutely.
Guess what? They end up here.
Yes.
Lori Brown can go down 191.
She can go.
That's how it's done in Washington. Washington was like when they have we're having a public hearing now. This bill, world doesn't come in and testify. They say, I want to testify. You to testify. You to testify. You no. Yeah. You no.
I don't know if you saw the on our last public hearing. He was the next to the last guy. He was the French was at the end. And he was talking about what they were doing in Quebec and in Canada.
The name of it.
He was the last, he was even listening. I mean, it was like.
Exactly. He should have been moved up and David Michelle should have.
Yes. I mean, and we, I mean, I love the fact that, what's her name? Bethany or whatever, the environmental lobbyist. She had a whole group of people. They were adorable. They had little gray hairs. They weren't Beverly. They didn't have one new thing to say. And she was having the move done. Because there was a group of
Would you also want to encourage kids to get involved?
Kids are fine. Gray haired ladies, I don't care. That's why I keep my hair brown.
What do you mean? Like, I take gray. I'm like scary white. What's that word they call it? Like, forget. It's like an SAT word.
Anyway, well, we'll see what happens. What do we have? 35 people signed up already? And the testimonials. And the testimony is stupid. You would never allow how the anonymouses.
Yes. I say to myself, I'd rather have them talk to me from in the house than.
I agree with
That's a good question. And that's when that's a question. Well, wow. So. It's in the moment. I never get so when I was down before. I know. Oh. That's what they do it was. The legislator, who was new. Oh, I got to testify in front of this committee, because, the phone book, and this is my bill. And so Peter Terziak, who was from the Brit, was the Human Services Chair at the time, and I was like, Representative X, oh, do this because you have the ability to catch the representative in the hallway. This is not your bill kind of thing. This is just something you're climbing onto, and no. So it Peter, like, could have caught me in the hallway. The whole place just lost it. It's like a whole red, so bad.
I told you, and especially some of them are so bad. Terzians.
You're doing it to get a picture taken, I am testifying on the back. Okay. 30 seconds. Questions down to 5. So you're in and you're out. Done. Not that. Yeah, that was it. Text was down.
Every time I see him on the screen, I start giggling. There's nobody like that.
I like the one where they're doing the virtual, and it's in the room that has the handlers, and the handlers look like they're coming out the back of his head. Virtually, so he's mellowed a lot. But
I know. I loved when he was in his recliner, and I texted Callahan and said, "You tell him to shut up. It was 10:30 at night, and I am still sitting here. And if he's in a recliner, I'm pissed."
Like, wait, you're home in Stanford already in the jam, and you're asking questions to the fifth to the last person. Shut the hell up. Yeah.
It's my, who said something? Oak said, he almost wishes that there was a rule that if you're doing it by Zoom, you are not allowed to go on more than 5 minutes or whatever.
Passed the house rule, so that if both ranking and the chair agree, both ways. Right, so chair agreed for today. If you were an environment committee member and you were participating in the Zoom, you could not talk. You could vote, but it has to be agreed between.
Oh, they'll never cut one of their members off. Maybe, yeah.
You're gonna, want to throw an amendment on. Oh, one way or the other. I don't know. I was fine.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Well, see you. I'm in 4025 now, if you want to come up.
They wouldn't let me in, you know that. They won't let me in. On the Democratic side, I have to have. That's stuff. Hi, Senator, how are you and your family?
We're fine. Thank you though. They sent that thing, like 4 days before I even found out about it. They went to some cop's junk email.
No way.
Swear to God. So when I found out about it, it was
Oh,
like,
all right.
the threat was already gone, you know.
Oh.
So. Thank you though for asking. Yeah. Great. So I'm yes to the consent.
Then we have bill number 6915.
Oh. All right. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a no.
Yeah.
No.
017.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
For stopping by.
Yeah.
Yep. As far as I can see, everyone has voted.
Yeah.
And I think you're all good. I think you have the LCOs now all corrected. It was Abby who wrote the wrong LCO down here. Right. And then the two bills they held. By 1 o'clock, you had everybody. Yeah.
Right, here's the next meeting. Oh, we got part of that one. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I think we were very good. Oh, I have a message for you guys. Cresco says that I think talk to Dubitsky, and Dubitsky is okay with striking sections A and B from the OPAB bill.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know what OPAB is. It could have been Harvard. Yeah, they're okay with it. And then I think the other stuff was just. Great. I thought the ego could have been a little bit more heated. Oh, you yelled at me last night. Also, thanks. He was gonna go brief. It was not brief. I was hoping that he was gonna be like, I'm gonna do everything under my power to kill this year. Better than normal. Thank you. They must be a listed person.
Oh. Good. Good walk. Public staff reports already, so your two will go in today.
Yes, I didn't, I decided, yeah.
Because our committee meeting today, 10 bills came out, 5 House, 5 Senate. So we have, after the public hearing next week, we have until the next day, we have until the 14th to get all of those. Yes, I did. As soon as I was starving when I came up, I had my sandwich here. I just gobbled it down like a little piggy.
You were starving, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna close. I don't think oh, you don't need me anymore.
No,
I can come out.
yeah, I still have mine is on, so. Bring them on.
Data, you,